Hello. I see your message, TFJ. Hello, welcome in. I'm looking at Twitch on my end, and it doesn't seem to be. Seems like it's stuck loading, at least on my end. I'm gonna check my phone real quick. So I'll make sure everything's good before I start going into it. Just wanna make sure it's actually streaming, because Twitch is being weird with it. Alright, my phone seems to be able to pull it up, but on my computer it just endlessly loaded. I'm gonna keep working on my prison core that I've restarted recently under a new name. I don't know why Twitch is being weird. I can't see it on my computer. It's fine. Hopefully. Yeah, I think that's just for like the one stream. I think it's per stream, but yeah, you're the only messenger so far. So welcome in. So here we are. This is my development server right now. And I finally just fixed, I got past one of the biggest hurdles, I think, in prison core development so far. A lot of it has been, at least with fake blocks, because fake blocks have been a big hurdle for me. Well, not fake blocks themselves, but like, you know, generating them, making sure that they're there when you teleport to the world or whatever. Welcome in. Make sure the game isn't too loud. Okay. So, what I finally accomplished was, if I was to go and switch worlds to the mine world, here we go, look at that. The fake blocks load in just like real blocks would. So, you no longer have to teleport to the world and wait for it to load in. It just loads in as you go there. And of course, these are indeed fake blocks. If I was to go in survival mode without flight and walk on this eventually, I would get killed for flying because they're not real. They're not there on the server side. But I also made it so that it loads the mine. If you're in the mine world and you relog, it should automatically load your mine as well. So that's what you just saw there. So if I go back, I just disabled Bloxy mod because that extends the range that I can see. And I turn my render distance to 12. If I go back here, eventually whenever fog kicks in like that, yeah, because he's not there, I'm gonna go ahead and relog, of course. And then we're gonna fly forward towards it. And there we go, it's loading in just like it would if it was real. So there we go, there's our biggest hurdle for fake blocks, for your private mines. Now I will admit, these are, the lighting doesn't exactly work, so you're probably going to want to keep it daytime in this world. Because if it's nighttime. Oh, it does work. It works if you, I think if you log in or relog. If I was to go to spawn, come back to mine. Okay, no, it does work. Cool. So I don't know, it just works, I guess. And I also had to fix an issue where Bedrock would break if I was to left click it. You can no longer break it. Even with the Omni tool. It does switch to Bedrock if I was, or to pickaxe if I was to click it. So that still, that functionality still works. Yeah, next in our goals is to fill in this area with mineable blocks. And we also have to make sure that the players cannot mine outside of the mineable region. I was about to say we could do it with World Guard, but I don't think that's the case because different schematics will be different sizes, and that would mean the World Guard regions are static. We can't rely on those, so we're gonna have to do it ourselves, basically. I think what I want to do is, because we already have our fake block handler, we already have a map of where these fake blocks are at in the world for a specific player. So I think we just need to somehow determine if it's breakable or not. And what we could do simply is go to this custom record here, and we could add a boolean if it's breakable or not in here. That could be a solution, and then we could just check if it's breakable or not. Or what we could do is just ignore that. We could determine where the mineable region is when we finally paste in the schematic. Because how this works right now, if I was to do /mine, it's supposed to teleport me to the mine world and queue the blocks from the schematic. And what that means is, instead of putting it in this map of where the fake blocks are supposed to be for the player, it will instead put it in this second map called queued fake blocks. So it's the same type of map, but it's for a different purpose. So any queued blocks will attempt to be loaded when we oh my gosh. New mob spawning, falls, butcher, alright. Also, these are the only plugins I have. Mine, Essentials, and Raw. But yeah. So whenever, so it's going to queue them, and whenever we load into a world or try to load different chunks, this chunk load packet will be intercepted, and it will attempt to load any fake blocks. So first off, if there are no fake blocks, it'll do nothing, so we don't have to do all this extra code. So it's essentially, you guys, I did this off stream, so if you were here for my previous stream, you didn't see all my struggle to get this to work. But ChatGPT, sorry, finally helped me figure it out. What I had to do was really annoying. I had to go to these protocol pages and figure out the structure for like the buffer stream or whatever. And then ChatGPT, I had to paste it out, I had to explain everything, how it's structured and everything to ChatGPT. And then ChatGPT was like, no. See, big servers, what they actually do is they cancel the packet. They take the level chunk, and they do actually set the block states to the fake blocks. So that means that it's actually setting them really on the server. But then you construct a new packet with that new chunk. And then you set the chunk back to the original block states so that those fake blocks aren't there for the server. And then you send the new packet of the new block states without sending this one. So this one gets canceled. And yeah, it can be, for sure. Well, actually, I think the confusing part is when you have to dig deep into like this packet. Right now, it has the chunk coordinates. That's not difficult. But then the chunk data is what it gets really complicated. And if you have to dig into this, then it's confusing, because you can write, the buffer, you have to figure out how that's structured if you want to modify this, but you can't actually modify that one. So, but yeah, there's a lot of workarounds and stuff. Like this one, you don't actually modify the packet, the chunk loading packet. You just send a new one with the new blocks and cancel it. So obviously, that makes sense, but for some reason, I didn't think of that. So ChatGPT pointed that out, and it seems to work so far. I haven't tested it with multiple players in the same world yet, but we'll do that another time. I think for right now, I just want to get this area filled in. And so the plan is, and what typical... Oh. All right, so sorry about that. My little brother walked in. But what typical private mines plugins do to determine where the mineable region is, because right now all we're doing is pasting a schematic. It uses a lot of context from, like, I'm pretty sure it just looks up stuff. But yeah, in order to figure out this particular issue, I had to give it all the context of like how the packet is structured and stuff from this web page here, from the Minecraft wiki. And then it's like, no, this is what typical prison servers do for private mines, because I also told I was trying to make a private mines plugin. So yeah. So yeah, I just had to tell it that, and I was like, oh, well, this is what they actually do. The big servers actually do. So there we go. I think this is looking really good so far. These are fake blocks, but they... Let me just get on here before I get kicked. There we go. They're fake blocks, but they act like real blocks. Like, I can't break it. When I right-click, it doesn't disappear. As long as you're flying or have or can fly, then you won't get kicked for flight. I don't know where my inventory went. I must have cleared it, but my Omni tool, I can interact with them. I can mine them. Right, and I can grab them. They don't drop because I made it so that they don't drop on the ground. I just put them straight in our inventory. And stuff. So I can interact with them and all that. Not doors though. Like doors or trapdoors, they don't have any functionality. So, but that's typical. Like, you know, like if you're gonna have a schematic build, you typically don't allow players to interact with it anyways. So that's completely fine. The main point is to load this in for the player and not the server, and then refill this area for the player and allow them to mine that. Yeah. And you two haven't been here for my previous streams, but I also have a little bit of a backpack feature. I'm gonna do a tiny backpack. I have a tiny backpack here. This holds 20 items, and I have this dialog that opens when you right-click it. So there's also that feature. I can mine, and it goes into the backpack. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks in there now. 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, like a typical prison core, except dialogue. It is, and that's what it uses. It's actually what it uses. Send block change and send multi-block change. Except the problem is, if I didn't intercept this chunk load packet, here, I'll show you. I'll go to spawn. Cause here, I'll show you. I can paste in this house here. I made my own little schematic command. So I paste that in, and this is a send multi-block change, and that's completely fine. You could do that, but I also have to add the functionality in to interact with them. Otherwise, it would just disappear, like normal. But yeah, that's a send multi-block change, where you pass in a map of the blocks you're going to be pasting. But if this chunk wasn't loaded when I send the multi-block change, then these wouldn't have shown up. And that's the problem. If I was... Because when I do mine and I go to my private mine, I'm switching worlds to a different world. And that's why I have to load in the chunks with the blocks, with the fake blocks in the chunk. Instead. So now you can actually see it when you go there. And that's exactly, again, that's what I did when we relog here. I made a listener for join event, and now it's as if these blocks are just always here, as if they're real for the player. So yeah, but that's only a listener for this world. It's Mine's world, which is also a custom world that I created in my plugin, so you don't have to worry about creating a world for it either. It's just a void world, which is more efficient than a super flat world or normal world, obviously. So yeah, there's that. There's a lot of things to consider. Oops, there we go. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. I can see why you would think that you just use a send multi-block change, but When it comes to chunk loading, it doesn't want to work that way. I'm going to do a little bit of extra stuff, which is what I did here. Also, I have to do it synchronously, not asynchronously, because packets are async. But you can't set block states asynchronously. You have to do it with the scheduler to run it synchronously as well. And then, obviously, the interacting with the fake blocks was also a bit of a challenge, but I figured that out a long time ago. Here's the fake block interact packet. This prevents them from disappearing when you right-click. It's a very simple thing. It's just get the block pose, you check if it's a fake block, and if it is, then you cancel the packet entirely. So you just don't send it. So that way the fake block doesn't disappear because it's not being updated, or that packet's not being sent to the player to update the block in that position or whatever. But then the actual breaking, like mining them, is a lot more complicated, as you can see. You have to take into account like special cases. I had to make it. How do I explain it? This. There's two types. There's like two cases you gotta really check. If your tool is just a normal efficiency speed and you're not like instant breaking blocks, then you have to make sure that it works for that. But if your tool is an instant break, then you have to make sure it works for that as well. So typically, I guess prison servers might do one or the other. I try to make both work. So, and that's where stuff like this comes in. 3 tick blocks. This is how long it takes to break, I guess, or how long I have to wait before updating it to air again, or to the real block that it was. So let's say, yeah, right. So here's actual package stuff. You gotta make sure you're only listening to like start and stop destroy block, not abort or anything. There's different states of that. You got the fake block. Then synchronously, you have to handle some other things. This handles the omni-tool swapping to a different tool. And then all this stuff down here, there's like creative mode checks. So I can still break Bedrock in creative mode, like normal. But not in survival mode. I had to actually make a special use case today to prevent you from being able to break this, or for it to be disappearing when I click on it. And I also made it so if you break a block in creative mode, it doesn't get added to your inventory, as opposed to in survival mode and stuff. There's a bunch of different checks to make. And also, of course, removing the block, you have to handle that manually. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to handle. Like mining speed. You see here a tool speed calculate. And this helps with instant breaking. And the rails are just part of the schematic. I have to, when I paste in the mine schematic for the player, I have to determine what part of the mine are they supposed to mine. Like, and what part do I fill with stone for them to mine. So that's where these rails are supposed to come in. I'll detect the schematic, or I'll look at the schematic for these rails. I'll say, okay, rail 1, that's location 1. Rail 2, that's location 2. And then I'll have to fill those in with the stone blocks. Or other palette of blocks or whatever the player mines. Like a normal prison server, you know. So yeah, if that answers your question about what the rails are for. These are just part of the schematic for now. And when we paste it in the schematic, it should be replaced with, this whole area should be replaced with different blocks. So you're not just pasting in a schematic with the blocks already in there, which would mean you would need tons of different schematics. And even then, we would still need a way to detect what they're allowed to mine and what they're not allowed to mine. Like, Like, you don't want the player to spawn into their private mine, being able to break all of these blocks here. Like, this shouldn't happen. They should only be able to mine what's in this cuboid region here. And so that's what I gotta figure out with these rails here. Yeah, also, tool speed. I had to go through here, following the Minecraft wiki, I had to manually calculate how long it takes each tool to break each block or whatever. That's what this is. Taking into account haste and conduit power and efficiency and all that stuff. Try to make it as real as I could. So that, you know, there's more calculations and everything there. It's, man, it was a lot. But I did all this stuff in my previous prison core attempt a while ago, which has also been streamed, I believe. Again, it's to make sure that you're not mining it too fast. Yeah, so if I was to enchant efficiency 5, effect, give, this, haste. Infinite amplifier, right? So I can mine these faster now because I have efficiency. And if I was to give myself haste, I can mine it even faster because I'm calculating this time myself. So it doesn't break too early or too late, depending on how fast your tool breaks. Breaks blocks. Like 255. It should work like this. Like, this is how it should work right here. This begins to mining. And most servers might not use haste, they might just use efficiency. Like, they might bypass the level of efficiency on it. Yeah. So it's trying to make it as realistic to real blocks as I can. That's the goal. And to do that, I pretty much had to calculate the time myself. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried that, to be honest. A bit of a glitch here. Oh, okay, yeah, because I accidentally placed that block. So yeah, I think I might, instead of relying on World Guard, I think I'm gonna have my own rules for this world, that there's custom world that the plugin creates, like no placing blocks, no breaking blocks, no, and then obviously detecting the mineable region and not allowing you to mine the fake blocks outside of that mineable region. I'll have to do that, but yeah, if I was to relog, it should be reset like that, yeah. Okay, got another warning here when I relogged. Which is kind of annoying. I think this might be from, let's see, fake block handler. Like, getting the fake blocks. This should be fine. Oh, actually. I think I might have to do a new hash map of it. Or like a copy. And then get instead. Because I think there's a problem with trying to read from the same map on different threads. Or asynchronously. And so I think turning a copy of it and getting from the copy solves that. Maybe this too? I don't know. Setting, yeah, putting, removing, I don't know. It might just be getting. So just asked ChatGPT about this for the queued fake blocks map, and they just said to make the getters as copies. So there's some thread safety involved in this as well. Anyways, I'll worry about that another time. I really need to get this mine filled in now. Or should I... Okay, so here's what it should look like. They should... The player joins the server for the first time. They type /mine. It should open up a GUI or a dialogue. I'm gonna do a GUI, I think. And it will it'll allow them to select different default schematics. So I think we need to set that up. We should set that up first, I think. But then once they select it, it should save which one they selected in a database somewhere. So we're gonna have to do that too. Which is a little annoying because I don't have any database stuff set up for this quite yet, but we can. I might just do SQLite for now. All right. I think, okay. Huh. How do I want to do this? The usual question of how you want to structure your project. So obviously we have lines here. You know, instead of using Rails, I could just have them manually type in corner 1 and corner 2 in this config, but it could also be a hassle because it doesn't paste the center of the mine at 0, 0. It pastes wherever you copied the schematic from at 0, 0. So I think we might have to do the Rails thing. Because I copied the schematic from this glowstone block, and that's why it spawns me here every time. As this is 0, 0, and that's why it pastes relative to that. So if they had to manually type in the coordinates for it, they would have to go in for every schematic and say, hey, this one and that one or something. But we could do that, but maybe we should do that. Let's do that. All right. So this should be 650, 53, 653, 4. Starting size. Corner 1. Six Y 53 Z 4 corner 2. So we could do this. -6 63 Z16. This is a relatively simple way to do it. We don't have to calculate it ourselves, which will make the plugin developer do it. Or not the plugin developer, the server runner, sorry. And that would be the starting. And then obviously the max size will help as well. So let's say max size 8. Starting size corner 1 and corner 2. So let's actually do something a little bit different. Let's go right here. Can I actually... No, I don't think so. Can't pick block, of course, it's not real. Should be able to actually do it here. There we go. I do that right there. There we go. Alright. Oh wow, it reloaded. Interesting. Oh, I wonder why I did that. Okay, so actually I think I want it to be a 3x3 starting area. So that means that corner there and this corner down here. Second position, first position. So that means -1, 53, and 11. And then position 2, 1, 63, 9. There we go. And then this will be starting. So I'm going to fill this starting area with stone. And everything outside of that, I'm going to fill with bedrock. From this. So it should be something like this. Nope. Okay. Very, very wonky right now. That's fine. So, and then around that will be bedrock until the max size. Let's go ahead and undo that. We don't want any real blocks here, just this one. Okay. Alright. So Right. So we have our positions and the max size should be 8, which means I can expand 8 after that. Let's just go back to our real mine schematic up here. Like that, and then I could expand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can expand 5 times. Max expansions 5. Okay, so when I paste it in, it should paste the stone in there, and then paste in this area with bedrock. That'll be our goal. Okay, so this is our new config for the mine. That means in our let's see, in our mine module. Mine type. So instead of start size, we're going to say I will be right back. I'm back. So, we need something simple. I could just pass in X, Y, and Z. I think I want to do... No, it's a void world. Did I put it in? Put it in here? No, common. NMS common. Did I? Utilities, symbol block, code. I want to make another one of these. Raw block codes. No. The world block codes. I guess I'll just do that. And then you copy paste symbol block codes. So we're just gonna get rid of the world here. XYZ, that's all I need. YZ, okay. Okay. I don't know how that actually works exactly. Let's have the same hash code. I might not even need to override that. I'm just gonna do that. Symbol block codes and then you. No. You. World block code. Okay. There. My type. I'll just do symbol block codes. Corner 1. Symbol block codes. Corner 2. To make this easier, I think we can actually even do line 5. We just take you and just say max expansion. Copy you. And I'm gonna place you. Z2. One. And there we go. Actually, this. Now we can just pass in those if we wanted to. Okay. These are mine type with our information in it. Okay. Now we can change our mine type. I'm gonna have to change our parameters down here. Instead of start size, we want x1, y1, z1, x2, y2, z2. x1 equals. So we need the start dash size as corner 1. Okay. This can be null. I'm not gonna unbox it, I guess. This one. My one. No. C1. Two, and two, and there are corners. And obviously we need to null check these. This one, Y1, Z1. I think what we should do is put you there and then null check. Next one. Or there's a lot of just return there. Okay, well that solves that, but that's an ugly thing. I think what we should do is just go to simple block pose and say public simple block pose y z rows null pointer exception. Can I actually just do it here? Rows null. No. Okay, right. So this x, y, z. Actually, this dot x equals x, this dot y, z. I think what we need to do is actually make these integers. Nullable integers. Okay. If x null or z null or x, y, or z null or new null pointer exception. One or more working null. And then you think what you need is to just pass these in to here. Really? Records, man. Not all construction, I could declare an exception. Okay, well then just do that then. Then what's wrong with you? Non-canonical constructor must delegate to another constructor. Right. So then that. Must be the first one. Okay, well then how do I delegate it to a freaking... Ah, God. Alright. I can do that, and that's what it wants me to do, but then I can't check if they're null, so what's the point of even doing this? God, okay, you have some weird limitations, record. Fuck it. I'm just gonna make it a normal class. And okay, there we go. All right, so then I want simple int x, int y. Public int x, public int y, public z. There we go. And of course, toString, say span pretty much. Okay, so that should theoretically, well, let's just get rid of you now. We could say, and this should be using the, yeah, that one. Try. Two and two. Alright, and then catch no pointer exception. And we're just gonna return if it's caught. Alright, and now we can put you corner 1, corner 2. And we're going to need that as a constructor for that one. Max expansion equals 5, sure. So this is how many times it could expand now, not to where it will expand. I'm gonna do default 0. Okay. This might look a bit ugly still. What we could do is say and we could do well, this looks a little more readable, but I don't know. I think this is fine. All right, so now we have those. We have this information now. So now we want to change our mine manager so we can load these mine types. And I don't think I've actually been using this. I've instead just used the schematic. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna use a mine manager from now on. And we're just gonna get the standard mine type because that's what's in the config, right? Or what we can do actually is say set string get mine type IDs. We hash set of mine type dot set. Here we go. So what we want now, I'm gonna go to our mines command. And we're just going to support multiple mine types with the subcommand. Mine type. Like that. So we are going to place this with private, not null, or required argument builder string. Then source then mine type turn commands dot argument to be mine string argument type dot word executes And this has a problem. Needs to be transfer segment string. There we go. Now we have this. We have to context, get source, sender, player, console side. So return one for now. Actually, what we can do is say, say player, right? And then we can do player as well. Player. Argument type sub player. And this will be player, and this actually has to be player selector argument resolver. Like that. Okay, great. Now this will be for both players and, you know, what we're gonna say is we're gonna say man sender, or actually final player equals no. Boolean is player equals player not equal null. Okay, there we go. Now we can make another private method. Teleport player, and we want the mine type perhaps. No. I think I want the context. Well, I guess it depends on how much of this stuff is the same. For the target, we'll say just put that in there. Return. We don't want this. We want the mine manager. Let me go up. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. You can just call it get instance. Okay, so mine manager, get instance, get mine type. So I want okay, see this is alright. Final, not null, command context. Source down context. And then we could just say player target. So we'll get the mine type from the mine type mine argument. So mine type ID equals string argument type dot get string context mine, just like that. So we'll say mine type ID, and we'll say no, mine type if mine type is null, then it's an invalid mine type. Invalid mine type. There we go, we handled that. I want to take this down to here. So we can have that for this and other stuff down here. So mine type schematic ID now. We need to get the schematic, of course, from that. So we'll take this. Invalid mine type configuration. What I should do really is check when I'm loading the mines if the schematic is correct, and if not, then just don't even load it because there's no point. And it would also save space. So I guess we could check here as well. Get mine type schematic. There we go. If it's no mine type configuration, somehow it shouldn't be if it's loaded. Once we change that, we actually have to change that. So mine manager. So we got the schematic ID. So schematic. If schematic manager exists, schematic ID and return, don't load it. That should solve that. So let's say this theoretically should never happen, but it's good to check anyways because this does return nullable. So then we get the location from the mines world. It's a spawn location. Paste data from the schematic, and then we gotta queue the fake blocks for the target. And target. All right, so there we go. That should teleport them and handle pacing and stuff. So, success is successful right here. So we'll say, oh gosh, okay, how did I do this for like Omni tool? We did /omni tool. This will give it for the player if they don't have any other arguments, but we will have them select a mine type, and that's fine. And then we call give omni tool for the sender, target, and if it's silent or not. Sender, target, silent, but we also have other arguments to get, so I'm handling that, and that way we already have the sender. And we could say final boolean silent. There we go. So now, if not silent, then tell the target that they were teleported. So we need to go and add some messages. Actually, let's just get this structure laid out. If silent, tell target teleported to the mine. Okay. Then, if is player, tell them that they teleported them. Tell player they teleported other. And I think return. Yep. And then if not silent, then tell the console, because that means that the yeah, I should just say that. So return. Okay, and then bamboo log success teleported. Get this name to their mine. There we go. Perfect. And then that means here I want to say return and then move this out. Although actually I think I want to keep it like that. Perfect. All right. So now we need these messages up here. So let's say cow en Mines teleported other. And you teleported player to their mine. Okay, and then. Oh, hey Cody, what's up? The theme. Oh, does it? Hey man, good to see you. Your Discord's great. I love being there. The theme hurts your eyes. Or your soul. Yeah, I can imagine why. I just don't like it being too dark. I don't know how you do your theme. I don't like the theme being too dark because it just hurts my eyes if it's too dark and too contrasty. But yeah, hey, feel free to stop in anytime I'm streaming. I try to post the link there in the random channel. But the community manager told me that I could just as long as I remove it afterwards. So, but yeah, feel free to stop by anytime. Always welcome. Right. Okay. Write the messages. Let's say, what other Okay. Right. And then errors, invalid, select mine type, invalid mine type, and invalid mine configuration. Invalid, mine has invalid schematic. What is that? Again, this one shouldn't ever be sent. Just like there's no permission one because of Brigadier, but just in case, it's gonna have. Alright, let's create the lane. Let's put those. We need to go up here. Locale. Find locale. Go. Say. Public static final. And then we'll have our teleported message there. And that key is mines.teleported. Right. Okay, and then private mine locale. Alright, teleported other mines teleported other. Alright. Invalid mine errors. Mine type. Invalid mine. No. Want it to be select mine type. Select mine type, invalid mine, right? And invalid mine schematic. Invalid mine schematic. And that's all the keys that we need, I believe. Right. Yeah, this looks good. Need to register this now, and that could be done through. Do I do that in the? I think I do that in the module itself. Yeah. So we need to go to our mines module. my world create. Right, so it creates the void world config my manager. All right, let's just say key manager register mine locale dot class. There we go. And those are now registered. Now we can go message handler, send message target, mine locale dot teleported. That should be that. Message handler, send message layer, mine locale dot teleported other. And this is where it gets a little bit different. We want the replacements. So we say player, and we replace it with the target's name. So that. Perfect. So these messages are set up. We need the invalid one. So if player handler send message player mine locale dot invalid mine schematic. Okay. Otherwise error invalid mine schematic. Or rather, this mine has an invalid schematic. Or rather, this mine's schematic does not exist. Now, finally, invalid mine type if is player message handler send message player mine locale dot invalid mine type invalid mine type. There we go. So now this method is done. So now what we need to do is go here. We need to say not you, Omnital command. This, pretty much. Player that's here, so that's the resolver. And then what do we do with that? I forget. Target, resolver, resolve, source, and then the first player. Alright. Resolver, resolve, context, get source, get first, and that's the player. So now we say teleport, it's in the context, target, and it's not silent. So say that. And then that handles everything else. And then this one up here is just mine type. So all we need to do is say teleport context layer, and it's not silent. There we go. That's done. And this one says please select a player as well. Because if it's a player, then it's optional. But if it's a console, then they have to select a player. And then this, when we're here, we need to say select a mine type. Message handler, send message player. Mine locale, select mine type, and that's done. And then we need to say here, we say dot then mine type, and of course down here, or after the mine type, we say dot then player. And now, of course, we can copy this one. Paste it, we say silent. And instead of this, it's going to be a literal argument builder of string. Commands literal silent No, they're gonna type -s. Or actually, here we say, yeah, -s. Right, not string command source stack, of course. And this requires, same thing we're doing up here. Make sure. Yeah. And then silent, true, because this is the silent argument. There we go. Minimal code, minimal, printing of code or copy, whatever. Then silent. There we go. So, this is Brigadier for you. Very simple setup for command. Line type and player. So this is the base command. This is what happens when you type /mine. Tells you to select a mine type if you're a console or player. And then it allows you to type in the mine type. Which also we have to say suggests creator util suggests we need the builder context, something like that. This is context, for context, and then builder. We say build, we pass in the builder, and we have to type mine manager get my type ID. So now we're suggesting the mine type IDs here. And this Brigadier util thing is a custom thing I did because if you don't have a utility for it, basically you have to pass in. You just return a shared possession suggestion provider .suggest, and you have to suggest. You have to pass in the builder as well that you get from the suggest method, and then you also have to pass in like a collection of strings to suggest. So that's all it is really. So now we're suggesting the mine type IDs, and then the next one is a player select. But if you're a player typing it, then it'll just teleport you, and then you can optionally choose a different player to select. Yeah, this should be done for now. We're gonna change it later with the GUI and all that stuff, get it set up better. But I don't want to do GUIs right now. GUIs are always a pain, simply because you have to. I've done them so many times. They're just a pain to do again and again and again, right? But we'll get there. This should be set up. I have to reset our en file in here. Let me stop the server. I should have fixed that warning, hopefully, but I haven't tested that, obviously. And by warning, I mean the reading the map at the same time as a different thread. But yeah, locale. I'm gonna go to Spanish just because it's nothing. And actually, it should just regenerate this one. That's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, and in here I want to modify this to not have Spanish, just English. Okay. That's good. Mines. Modules, mines. This is going to be regenerated with our new information. The schematics, we want to update that because this one is using the one with the rails. So go back to far where we copied it. Fix that one in. Okay. Cool. So I believe I just built it, but I don't really remember. So we're just gonna do that. All right. Oh yeah. Of course, we changed the mine command, but we didn't change what happens when you spawn. In, and that we're gonna have to probably just disable for now because we have no way of knowing which mine type they select because we're not saving that anywhere. So for now, join listener. We're just gonna unregister this for now. We'll put it to do. Update to account for the mine type they selected initially. There we go. That, go back to mines module, we can unregister that. Alright, cool. And now we can try and assemble. Alright, let's hope this works. I'm honestly surprised everyone's been chatting on YouTube so far. Nobody's been on Twitch. Unless it's just not been updating for me, which is very possible. Let's see. Twitch. Who knows? Let me quickly pop that out again. There we go. Okay. Again, I'm hoping Twitch is working, because it says it's streaming, it says it's live, but on my end, on my computer browser, it just does not load the stream. Anyways, I'll be right back before we test this. Alright. Hey. Alright, I'm back. Okay, let me fix this. No, hold on. Okay. Alright. Server is up and let's see. Oh. Huh. Still loading? Oh, I'm in the real world. Okay, right. Mine. Put a mine type. It does not seem to be loading something correctly. Let's check our configuration. Schematics, modules, mines. This is a good configuration. Then, mine manager. Right. Types. Right. Start dash size. Oh, that's fine. It's starting size. I think I'm just going to change it to start size. And that way I can just go here. And then I can reload. Hopefully that will update. No, I don't think I reload with my manager. On reload. Oh, no, I do. Reload. On reload. Clears it. Checks again. Okay. So why doesn't that work? Start dash size. Because we're doing types dot mine ID types dot standard dot start dash size. Corner dash 1. X, Y, and Z. Corner 2. Huh. Either it didn't reload properly or something else. I don't know. Just make sure we're up to date, I guess. Okay. Loading. Alright, mine. No, still. Alright, so it's not loading the mines, so. Okay, so. Dogs are bothering me. Types, standard, right. Types. I mean, I know this is loading. Something's happening. Maybe the schematic. Maybe the schematics aren't loading before this. Let's try it. Let's see that. This here. Yeah. So we gotta load the schematics before. Okay, that might do it. Reload schematic manager, unreload, and then it reloads all the modules. So reload should have done it, because then, because the schematic manager, those are, being reloaded as well. And then it's reloading the mines. So I don't know why that's not working after a reload. I don't know. I feel that if this fixes it, I'll be amazed, because I feel like there's something else that's breaking at the moment. I'm actually just gonna turn down the music. Okay, hopefully it's not too quiet for you guys. As I said in the last stream, I believe I fixed my audio so I can actually hear the same volume. But yeah, alright, so what's the problem? Let's do some debugging now. Types section is null. Yeah, loading. Let's say line ID. Loading types. I'm gonna make these info. Okay. One of the corners is correct. Alright, and then we'll make this an error. Schematic does not exist. Schematic ID. And again, error. Alright. And this should put it. Registered. And then of course we will actually put our info with just like believe that might send, I don't know. We'll see. So just debugging my type. And then down here we'll say line types loaded. Nice, okay. Oh, you know what it might be? Exists. Check id.toLowerCase. Are we putting the... Oh, we're stripping the extension, that's why. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's probably what it is, then, because we're just gonna have to remove .skim from it, and that'll fix it right up. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Simple problem. Simple solution. Didn't need to do all the logging, so we'll just undo. Alright. Great. So that just means to remove, don't do the extension. Or restore them with the extension, but that's just, I guess that's just a design decision we'll have to think about. We could change it pretty easily. I don't know. It just depends on how I want it to work, and I think we'll just keep it like this for now. Okay. I don't know why my eyes get pain when I'm wearing my glasses for so long, even though I've done it much longer than this before. I honestly think it's just the size of the text I'm looking at on my IDE. Okay, mine standard. And there we go. Perfect. Let's go back to spawn. And let's try to make another schematic just to test out that multiple will work. So let's just, you know what we'll do here? We'll go out. Schematic. Load mine. Paste. There we go. And then we can say press blocks. Alright, there we go. And then we can save this. I should have copied the location. But it's fine. There we go. First and second set. Over here. Plugins. Here. Schematics. Mine. Grass. Now we go up to our schematics. Paste that in. Modules. Mines. Go here. I'm just going to copy you. Standard. Grass. Mine, grass. Alright, and now we're done. So, and load mine, grass. And there we are. Mine standard. Perfect. Perfect. This is what we want. This is a good system to have earlier on. The reason I'm going back to spawn every time is because we don't have a way to load it if they're already here. So all right. So we're making progress. Again, we just need to use the start size positions to fill in the mine now. And the max expansion. So what that means is let's go. No, don't need this. Keep this open. Don't need this. Let's actually test /mine standard for me, and there we go. You've been teleported your mine. You teleported. Yeah. Okay. And of course, -s. No, you've been teleported. All right. Cool. And for the record, there's a little face icon that you see next to my name. That's from a mod, not from my plugin or anything. From the chat heads mod. Anyways, I don't need this. Open. Mine command. Alright, so how do we paste? Right. We queue up the fake blocks for the schematic. But we also want their mine type, right? Alright. So how do we, so we need to now wire this to, say, you've already selected a mine type or something. Already selected mine type. You've already selected a mine. And again, of course, go back up to our mine stuff. Mine locale. Already selected mine type. Oh yeah, of course, errors type. Selected mine type. Okay. That's good. And now we need to store it somewhere. So what we're gonna do now, just for right now, we're just gonna store it in a map. Map UID string. Player mine type. Player mine type. Okay. Then we could say public nodal mine type, get player mine type, player mine type, get player get unique ID. Okay. And we can actually pass this into an offline player if we wanted to. Alright, we don't want, this will just be the ID. So final string mine type ID. Turn mine types dot get type ID. And we'll say mine type if mine type is null. And we will say player mine types dot remove. And we're gonna need their IP. Remove them from the map. Their mine no longer exists. And then we'll just return null. Right. Well, actually, we need to return their mine type, not null. Return null here. Okay. Great. Good. Good. Yes. Okay. So mine command now. Mine. So let's actually say mine type, right? Player, their teleport. This is if they've already, okay. So let's say, actually we would have to restructure this command again. Mine type. Okay. I think what we want to do is we're going to say mine create and then mine type and stuff. So when they just type mine, it just teleports them. So I think what we want to do is just, okay, we're going to have to structure how we want our command here because this is, and all these errors are getting long. So I think I'm going to put these under their own thing here. Alright, so schematic. And backpacks. And of course, this means I have to go and change that. So let's say admin helpline, help reload so select coordinates. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, commands. Schematic line, here we go. Pasted, schematic dot select, schematic dot invalid. I'm just gonna do that. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep it how it was. There we go. Backpack locale, we have to change that. I mine locale. Mines. Okay. Backpack here. Backpacks, and let's put those there. Good. Mine locale, it's good. Schematic line is good. Schematic and Omni tool, no. Doesn't have any errors for Omni tool, so that's fine. Alright. We've got a way to get the player's mine type. Right. So now mine command. We're just gonna make this a big old command here. And what we can do actually, we can make a subcommand. Mine create command. And we'll just say final class, right? Private mine create command. Not gonna have any. It's not gonna be an actual command. It's just gonna have some static methods to return in here. So first, let's go ahead and structure this a bit. Mine type. Okay, all right. Let's see how is this command gonna work, right? So /mine teleports to the mine. The player's mine. Mine. Teleport. Teleport. Player's mine. Mine teleport. Player. Let's do that. Mine teleport player. Right, and then mine create. Mine type. Creates a mine. So mine will teleport. Later opens GUI, management GUI. Right, so that's our structure. So let's just take a step back and let's just create /mine now. But we need to make sure that if they have a mine or not. Let's just make a simple check for that. In a mine manager. Public boolean player has mine. Return player mine types contains player ID. Right. And then later, of course, we'll change this map out to a database or something. If mine manager player has mine player message handler send message player create mine has no mine. Already has mine. Has no mine. Has mine. Okay. Already has mine and has no mine. Has no mine. If it's red, you must create a mine. Please create a mine with mine create. There we go. There's no mine and return. Otherwise, we shall teleport them. Contacts. Later. Okay. That's good. Okay, so then that will just do that. So we want to basically, let's just comment all this out for now. Or I'll just paste, or I'll cut it and then move it down here. And of course, we'll comment it out. Okay, so what we can do is, well, I don't think we need a subcommand class. No, literal command, no. Well, actually, yeah, let's do that. Mine teleport command. Okay, so let's say static, not no literal command node source stack teleport commands dot literal teleport executes context. Right. Oh, yeah, not literal command node, literal command literal argument builder. There you go. All right, great. So you will be the teleport. So if context get source is in their instance of player instance errors selected player turn 1, and then we will teleport player to their mine or whatever. Private set void teleport player. So we'll probably have to modify this method as we continue on, but we're basically doing do the same thing as we did previously. So we need to say we're gonna get. Well, actually, we're gonna say if they don't have a mine player turn 1, and we'll say we will say all right, we're gonna create it. Mine locale dot has no mine. Okay, great. So now we can teleport them. Get player mine. If there's no, then we will return, and of course we will just send this, even though we already did and we already checked for that, but we're, it can't be too safe. As long as it doesn't interfere with performance, you're fine. And this shouldn't be null, so it shouldn't interfere with performance. I mean, technically what we could do is just not check for this, but this is a faster check than this method here. I'm just saying this is faster to check than getting it and checking, and then this whole method, what this whole method does here. But yeah. So now that we have their mine type, we can do mine type dot schematic ID. Schematic manager get instance get that if schematic is null, just return because of course handler as a player we can do this. Mine locale dot we do that. Right, and then finally schematic paste. So we need the origin, which is from the mine world. So what we can do is we just copy that from here. And we need the NMS handler, of course. What we can do is we can say this private static NMS handler and private static get NMS handler. If NMS handler is null, then NMS handler equals get NMS handler. Return NMS handler. So that way it only do this the first time we call it. Get NMS handler. Okay, and then of course we're gonna do player teleport, not target. So there we go. Now the player is gonna be teleported when they do mine teleport. And of course we want other, right? So we're just gonna copy this. Import other, and this is gonna be required argument builder and source stack. Player argument, selector argument resolver, man's argument, player, and we'll say player. Sorry, it's argument types dot player. Perfect. So this we shouldn't need this anymore because we just selected a player. Then we can say nope. And get the player, final player target equals we need to get the player selector argument resolver. Context get argument player. I think it was player over.class like that. Yeah. Resolver dot resolve context get source, get first, right? Target, and then of course we will check for if context. Now we'll say player equals context get source get sender instance of player p, otherwise null. When is player equals player, not equals null. So now if is player and go here, we'll say other has no mine. So white player does not have a mine. Good. And now of course the locale other has no mine. There we go. Message handler, send message player, mine locale other has no mine. Nope, I think. Mine locale, no, not that. It's player, target, get name. There we go. And of course, then do log, error, target, get name, has no mine. Good. We do not have a mine, and then otherwise we could say over target. But see this, we don't want to tell the player that all this information because they're not. We don't want to tell the target all this information because they're not the one who typed the command. So we're gonna say player target. We're gonna do that, and player. It'll be player target. Well, actually, yeah, and then William is player, or we'll want this to be nullable player not equal null, right? We're going to do target for this. We want this to be not null. Player, and then this again, target. So the messages go to the player, and the target goes to teleport and stuff. Okay. But we'll say if is player, we do that. It has no mine. Okay. This is where it gets a little tricky. We want to check if the target's equal to the player. Alright, we'll just leave this how it is. We'll just say this really is what we should be doing here. Well, actually, this is what we should be doing. So put the target, but all this information. So what we should do instead is pass in the mine type, or no, actually the schematic. Just a schematic, because we already have that stuff. Alright, surreal. Now we can go here, mine type for the target, Actually, we can pass this into another private method, private static nullable schematic, get schematic player for the player. Okay, final, not null, mine type. We're gonna handle one thing at a time here. Mine type, get mine type. And then this will just be the player. There we go. So now we could say vital mine type, get mine type for the target. Right, and then vital mine schematic, get schematic player target mine type. Right, but I'm gonna say we don't need, it's this message that we're gonna change and put here instead, as well as this here. Again, just handling one thing at a time. Reduce the code that we type. So, if is player, since other has no mine, player target get name. Bring one. Yep. And return one. Okay. Boot log instance error. Their mine type has an invalid schematic. Since error target get name there's no mine. Okay, there we go. Target and schematic. Nope. Schematic. There we go. There's no logging in it. It's just simple. Some getters, a handler right here, so we don't have to retype all this code. We don't have to retype all this. We don't have to retype all this. Okay. The only thing we have to retype is all this dang messaging. Just fine. Player, and we want to get mine type player, right? And then final schematic, get schematic player mine type, and for schematic. Okay, great. And we don't actually have to redo the console logging because this at this one they have to select a player. And we already handled that. So all we need to do actually is send it to the player. Send message to player. Mine lookout has no mine. If schematic is null. Handler. Player. Mine lookout invalid. Mine schematic. Okay, great. And then teleport them. Alright, great. So that is, I think this should be done. Although the other, we're going to want to set up a permission for it. Permission. And we want like BambooPrison, mine, teleport, other. Right? And then we're going to copy this. We're going to go up here. We're going to say teleport requires dot teleport. And then same thing for, we want this permission to also be required for the overall mine command. If they can't teleport to their mine, then why would they be able to create their mine? Or maybe we should actually do something else. There's no mine. Right. So I think what I want to do actually is maybe just pass in the context and then pass all this in. So that it would teleport or handle teleport sender. And we want the context. Or maybe just the player. No, we'll just do in context. There we go. Handle teleport. Handle main teleport. I don't know. Let's do that. And then up here, handle main teleport context, right? And that's done. And then the mine command, again, just go here. Mine teleport command, handle main teleport context. There we go. It's done. Okay, and now remove all this stuff, and then we could say dot then mine teleport command dot teleport. Because that's a subcommand. So now we've just handled /mine and /mine teleport. Now we just handle mine create. And that's all just as one little method. So mine create, what do we need for that? First off, we need a private, well, actually, we don't need to require a permission for this teleport here, because the main command already requires that same permission. It's only this one that requires a special permission. So the mine command requires teleport already, so the subcommand for teleport doesn't need to also require it. Because if they can't access this one, then they can't access the other teleport one. That should make sense, right? Anyway, mine create command. So, what do we want in here? We want them to select basically the thing, right? Static, my literal argument builder and source stack create and literal create executes context turn 1. Okay, so this is what happens when they type /create. Then we, of course, we want the static, not null, literal argument builder, source stack. Actually, no, it'll be required argument builder, string, mine type, and then of course an optional player. Create other. So then this will be dot then mine type. So let's say commands argument mine, and we'll say string argument type word. I know we just basically did this, but we're redoing it. We want to make sure the command works for future proofing as well. Dot context right. One. Select argument resolver. Commands argument player. Argument types dot player. Alright, so we have the basic boilerplate down. We just need to fill them out or implement them. Right, so let's say I should get up my debit card because my mom's card is frozen. She needs to use my debit card by transferring money into my account and then using it. So, whatever, it's whatever. Well, she doesn't put me in the negative, which I doubt she would. Alright. Anyways, create other, mine type, create, right, so when they create, they have to select which mine type they want to create their mine for. So, don't worry about it. Don't need for if context sender instance of player. So message handler send message player and then locale select mine type. Error select a mine type. There we go. Mine type, again, we want to suggest context builder. Noodles suggest builder and mine manager mine type ID. Here we go. Great. Again, we'll probably change the create for a GUI later on. Well, except for console. The console will still have to do it through command line, so I guess we'll keep this later even then. But the create for the player will just do this. Or I guess we could also keep it for the Okay, no, alright. It just did this. It's just hard to think. So much stuff going on. Okay. So final player context. Oh my god, type. Sender, this is a player, P, otherwise no, final, use player, not no. I think it's hard, it's a little harder for me to type because I moved my keyboard down a bit, from just the surface of my desk to the little drawer underneath it that extends out. And so it's further down, so my hands aren't in the same position as they typically would be. And that's probably messing me up a bit, but it's fine, I'll get used to it. Alright. Right. if so string mine type ID string argument type get string context mine if that final if mine manager dot gonna put this in its own variable final mine type because we'll need it later anyways. You know what we'll do? We'll make it a little bit faster. If it's not a player, then we don't need to get the mine type. If it's console center, then we don't need to get the actual mine type. We just need to check if it exists here. So we'll say if not or if is not player, and it doesn't exist, then we will log that. So we just need to make it actual exists. William exists. String ID. Return mine type contains the ID. And I don't know if I already did this, but we want to put the mine ID to be a 2 lowercase. Oh my god, if you could, you know. Alright. There. ID 2 lowercase and yeah, 2 lowercase. There we go. Perfect. That should do that for me. For us. That way, it, in the mines config, doesn't matter if they put it in lowercase or not. It'll always be lowercase in the command and in the storage map. Anyways, I already did that. So here, mine type. So if we first need to get the ID still. So if is player and mine manager exists, type ID. And we'll say, well, actually, we'll just say this. Yeah. Error. Invalid mine type. Mine type ID. And then now we'll say bamboo log instance error. Local player. Okay. And then that handles the console side. So now all we need to worry about is the player. So if it equals null, then we'll say message handler, send message player, mine locale, invalid mine type. Return 1. There we go. So then if it, well, actually, yeah. We want to teleport them. So teleport man dot handle and teleport context. Well, actually, this won't work because we'll just do teleport to mine. Layer. This requires the schematic. So final mine type dot mine ID. So you want the schematic manager. If schematic. And then the schematic. Right. So, but this shouldn't. Yeah, this doesn't have any messages in it. Good. We can actually probably move this to the normal mine command, right? And we're gonna have the NMS handler in here. We don't need that. Oh, right, because it's not static. Okay. Well, then we could do that, and then we could say, we'll just do what we did in there. We'll just say this. Right. Get nice handler if get nice handler, turn an NMS handler. Right, there we go. Private, and we can make this private as well. So get NMS handler, and then this be static. Okay, great. Perfect. We're not using it for anything else at the moment, so mine teleport command. We'll say mine command dot teleport to mine. There we go. Should be. Okay, handle me teleport. Right, my type. Okay. Teleport other. We actually need to hook this up to this. So dot then teleport other. And this has a permission requirement on it. There we go. And we don't need you. We need you imports. Alright, handle mine command. Mine command. God dang it. Teleport to mine, player and schematic. And then of course message handler message player locale dot invalid mine schematic. Just in case. Which again this shouldn't happen, but let's see. Alright, and then create other. I don't actually want it to teleport the player that you're creating it for. I don't want them to be teleported to it after it's created. I just want it to select it for them. And then you can just do the teleport command afterwards. So that'll be handled here. We'll say then create other. Right. All right, good. So this same setup here. The mine type ID from the string argument. And right. So if I think we'll just copy this stuff here. So there we go. Type. Well, actually, we don't need to do this because we need the mine type anyways at this point. So we can just say if is player, otherwise, on. There we go. There we go. Mine type ID, mine type. Check the mine type, and now we're good. Now we can check the schematic. Again, it shouldn't be anything different. If is player one, otherwise bamboo instance error mine type has an invalid schematic. There we go. Alright, so then we can say we're gonna get the player final player target, who's actually we need the resolver, of course. Player selector argument resolver. Context get argument. Player argument resolver class, right? Resolver, resolve, context, get source, get first. There we go. So if target pair to player anybody equals 0, so it's the same, right? Actually, we'll say if is player and target equals player, then we're just gonna do like a handle self kind of thing because they're just doing it for themselves. We'll just say we pretty much want this stuff. Well, we already handled this stuff. Yeah, we're just gonna teleport to mine, player, and schematic. But otherwise, you want to say, well, actually, we also want to say, we're going to go up to create, well, in the mine type. After this player type, we'll say if mine manager, player has mine, player, turn 1, say, message handler, send message player, and locale already has mine. There we go. That will prevent that. Create other. This also should just teleport them to it. Well, actually, we'll just say if. Yeah, well, we just have to create it for them. This thing. Okay. How do we want to do this? We didn't actually create it up here. We just teleported them to it. We want to do mine manager set player mine type, right? Mine type, because as of now, this would have just said, hey, they don't have a mine. So mine locale, mine manager player, mine manager set player mine type. Would set player mine type, and of course we need player mine type. So player if mine type contains the mine type dot mine ID. Enter mine types. Put player unique ID mine type dot mine ID. There we go. That'll set it, and then we're good to go. And this will also allow you to change it, this method at least. We're not going to allow them to change it in the command. It's a good 2.5 hours already just streaming, but you know, we're making progress. We want to make sure everything works right, and we still haven't filled in the mine yet, but you know, I think we'll get there after we do the command here. It's just a bit of a big command to work on. I want to take a break though to say thank you for everyone who's tuned in and chatted as well. Thanks a lot. Right. Right. Other has no mine. Has no mine, already has mine. Other already has mine. Come on. You already have a mine. Doesn't have a mine. Okay. I need to go to the locale here. Another. So I guess what we'll do here is we'll just say nano boolean is self. Player and this equals 0. Okay, cool. Now we can easily check the boolean later on. And we don't need to pass player versus target in. We can just check target. So I guess. Right. The reason I'm doing it like this instead of just checking the player first is because I'm doing it the same kind of flow as the previous ones. But I suppose what we should do instead is just put this up here and make it a little more faster. The resolver, because we know that they already get put in the player, right? So mine manager player has mine. So if self message handler send message player. Wait. We could just check this player, right? And then message locale, no message and flow, message handler, send message target is self mine locale dot already has mine, otherwise mine locale dot other already has mine. There we go. Simple check there if they're a player. Since error target get name already has a mine. There we go. Now this is a bit more efficient because now we're not getting this stuff after, like when we don't need it. But now we have this. Cool. Now all we have to do is select it for the target, and we're not going to teleport into it, so we don't actually need the schematic. Actually, we could do that if it's self. Yeah. If it's self, then we do that. Right. Then we teleport because they created themselves for themselves, so we're going to teleport them to it, just like if they were to create it without putting a player in. There we go. Perfect. Then we can actually invert this and just say return, but I think this is fine. But anyway, we set it, then, yeah. Alright, great. And of course, you know, we'll say player target get man. So that means this one will also get replaced with this if they have player in it, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. It's configurable, so they can remove that if they don't want it, or they can add it if they want, you know. So this requires utils permission. Not mine, create other. They won't be able to create it for another person unless they have the permission. And for the record, this requirement, this is also a utility method. Basically, all it is, it's a method that takes in a string permission, and then it returns a predicate of commence or set. So it returns context, gets the sender. If the sender is not an instance of player, it returns true. Otherwise, it returns only if they have the permission. That's all that is. So, I believe this create is done. We check if they already have it. If they already have a mine. And then we set their mine type or whatever, if it's valid. And we teleport them if it's their self. So I think that's good. So if is player, because it means it can't be themselves, so we'll say instance success created mine for there you go. Perfect. Alright, I think this is good. This has the then create other, and this has the then mine type. So we just need to do the then create in the mine command here. Yeah, perfect. We're gonna go. I think mine create, my teleport. Yeah. Handle main teleport for that. This should, you know, select player if it's not, if it didn't. Mine type, smack, teleport to the mine. We also need to check if they have a mine here. Okay, right. So if mine manager, oh, no, we already checked if they have the mine, though. Right there. Good. There's no mine. And it's also to select a player, but that's not correct. We're gonna say, we're gonna do is we're just gonna do that. And there, and then the context up here. This is the teleport one, so then we'll say player there. Turn 1. Alright, good. And then the mine command. Do that there as well. Player. And then we're gonna go here, we're gonna actually say, please use mine teleport. Set. There we go. That is good. Alright, let's assemble this, because it should already be registered. Let me stop the server. There we go. Where's there? Place that. Go up here. We're gonna go to the locale. Or delete that. So we regenerate. And okay. Alright. So let's log in. Say mine. Please create a mine. Alright, so I don't have a mine. Teleport. Create a mine. I don't have a mine. Okay, so I didn't check for itself there. I'm gonna teleport. Teleport command. Teleport other. Target. Alright, so we're gonna copy the itself thing here. Has no mine if is self. Already has mine, right? And we don't check itself, we check it later. Alright, no, this is other has no mine. There we go. Like that. Great. That should do that. Let's go ahead and test that. I don't want to test too much at a time. Just keep it simple. One thing at a time. It's not like it takes long for the server to start or anything. A lot of people don't like having to restart their server to test changes in their code, but it's the safest thing to do. Especially if you have a lot of plugins. You don't want to use plugman if you have a lot of plugins, and if your plugin depends on another plugin, or if another plugin depends on your plugin, it'll break. So restarting is simple, and you shouldn't be testing your plugin on a big server anyways. Like me, nope, I only have 5 plugins. My plugin, Essentials, and Fa. That it takes like 2 seconds to start up, especially because I configure my server so it only loads the overworld. It doesn't load the nether, it doesn't load the end. It only loads the world, and this is from my plugin. My plugin handles this. So this is after the server starts up. So it doesn't take long at all. So that's how you should really be testing. You could even make it faster by making your world a void world, but I don't really want to do that. Anyways, let me enable Foxy again. There we go. Why? I don't know. I don't need it. I'm just on a test server, but because I play on other stuff when I enabled. Anyways, mine teleport. Let's create a mine with mine create. Good. Good. Can't do at a. If I do at self, obviously it's, you know, nearest player, that's me. Okay. My players may be affected by this command. Yep. Type player. Yeah, so while you can tab the selectors, you can only use certain ones that would make sense. And it just handles errors for you. So mine teleport, right? Gotta create it. Gotta create a mine. So create for the mine type. It's just standard. And there we go. It's created. And it teleports me because I'm the one who created it. So then go to spawn mine. There we go. Spawn. mine teleport. There we go. And I got a warning again this time because I'm assuming queued fake blocks concurrent modification. Yeah. So it's because I'm modifying the queued blocks not on the main thread. So it's like asynchronous. So let's fix that real quick because we don't want spammed warnings that could potentially turn into errors in our plugin. Or they could cause problems, right? So what is it? It's in the fake block. Okay, but no, it's not the fake block handler isn't the problem. The problem is how we use it. So we need to go to our loader, packet chunk load packet here. So what we are doing is, okay, so we are doing this synchronously. We're removing them, we're setting them, but or we're setting the fake blocks and we're removing them asynchronously. But okay, let's see where this error leads us to. Fake block handler get queued fake blocks. Add the chunk load. Okay, so yeah, getting them. This is throwing the error right here, or the warning right here. So maybe what we should do is just throw out all this stuff in the scheduler instead. And that way it won't. And we should only be canceling it if it's not returned. So there we go. Everything is being ran synchronously through the bucket scheduler. Not sure if that's the best thing to do, but I don't know what else we can do. Because again, concurrent. Maybe we just make this concurrent map, a concurrent hash map instead. I believe we could do that. So maybe I should consult ChatGPT for some advice. Alright, let's go to our fake block handler versions here. Concurrent hash map. Concurrent hash map. And I believe that's what we need to do because they are, you know, they are being modified in a packet, and that obviously, let's just try it. Put that back in. Let's just undo. It'll be easier. But these are still being ran on this task here. So maybe we can move some of these things. Like we can remove and set the fake blocks to these fake blocks map. Probably put this outside. Then we're just sending that. Basically, all we're doing is we're constructing the packet with the new blocks here. What would be the better? All right, let's consult ChatGPT for some advice. This is the first time I've used ChatGPT in today's stream, but it's fine. So, I need some advice. I made the queued fake blocks map from the a concurrent hash map as well as the normal fake blocks map. How should I structure this packet listener? Can only set the block states on the chunk. Scene. So should I make 2 scheduler calls to set them, or keep it how it is now, or some other way? Alright, just want to make sure we're not making a small little mistake here. Yep, must be on the main thread. Second listener thread is not the main thread, yep. And that's why. Big block handler, state on, right, so you do this outside of skip. Enable the map so I can current. Okay. Third big blocks map reference. So the getter, okay, so let's go back. The getter returns a should return a copy of it. Yeah, it returns a copy. For clarification, the getters return copies of the map, not the current hash map itself. What the setters or clears or removers do modify the map itself. Right. Running a copy means iteration off thread is saved. No concurrent creation exception, no accidental or shared reference citations, even comparison no longer should be required for the getter. Useful. So setters removers need to thread state. And have an off thread logically occupied or coupled to the trunk mutation for types and condition for yes. Okay. Get a copy of cube blocks, get domain test thread, remove cube blocks, apply cube blocks, and modify trunk for trunk. Okay, so keep one schedule call, move all mutating operations inside of it. Okay, that's what we should do. So basically it's saying to keep these inside. So we'll just do that. Is it saying to, you know, this stuff is still out there, and it says to cancel it up here, which makes sense. Yeah. And we could probably put this stuff in the scheduler as well. Yeah, that's what they're doing. This is if player is offline. Okay, right. Yeah, that makes sense to do that. It's a simple check, but I doubt there will be logged out the tick later, but, you know, I guess it's a good safety check. So then it gets that, and then it, you know, sends a packet, and then we can restore it. Alright, so we gotta remove them before we send it, otherwise it'll try to load them again. So remove, set fake blocks in the actual map, and then send the packet. Oh, that was weird. My headphones had a little pop for a second. Alright, so let's just say this is the There's the updated packet. Here's how I manage the maps. I'll just paste all this in. So is it alright? Currently, are there any changes I should make? Alright, now it has all the context. Much better than the original version. Yeah. Alright, snapshot getters. Now it has add back instructions. Hash map inside hash map. Right. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that makes sense. Should be what? 6 intermaps concurrent 2. Okay, so we could do the. Let's go up and let's just make sure. See, concurrent hash map as well. That'll give us some errors down there to fix, right? Like this. Needs to be a new concurrent hash map. And down here. I guess we have to do a new current hash map here instead of an empty map. Okay. And then it's saying the remove is not atomic, so this method wrong center creation. So something related to transactional pull. Huh? So to get snapshot and later remove keys is atomically. So full queued fake blocks. So this, what does this do? Blocks, queue fake blocks get. So if it's null or empty, return the empty map. Result. Right, block. Put key set for each block removed. Full queued. Wait, what? Right. Okay. So let's just follow their advice. Yeah. So what I did up here, in the worry of it being unsafe was that it was making a copy of that. So yeah, that's fine. Okay. But yeah, so it's saying full queue fake blocks instead of get queued fake blocks. So what's the difference? So right now I am getting a copy or a snapshot of it. What it's saying instead, well, at least for the trunk one down here. All right. So it's getting a snapshot. Blocks. So we get the blocks. Yeah. Let me make this better. Actually, yeah, just a get, not a new. There you go. All right. The map. Okay, so map. We create a result map, which is kind of this, but not that. Right. So we're gonna do that. So we want blocks. Entry set filter. We're gonna be putting them in the result instead of filtering through the snapshot or whatever. So look through the blocks. Select do map. Oh, and then we remove those from, okay, I see, I see. So we're not removing it later. The result, right? So the blocks, you're collecting it. Does this make an, it's not return a new, turns a result of the reduction. So would this not be its own map? Yeah, it would be. But I just say like result equals that. And then or result for each blocks removed. Or sorry, it was key set. Turn result, right? I think this is good. Although this might be a little more simple here instead of filtering like this. If okay, we'll just do that. Blocks for each, right? Okay. Pose material. So, of course, you can check. If the pose x is equal to the chunk x, so if it's in the chunk, basically, pose x for and pose z equals result put pose material and get the new hash map. There we go. It's just a bit simpler of an operation, I believe, than streaming and filtering it. I mean, it's just looping through it and checking, adding anything that matches. And yeah, we could do this. We could do that and that. Yeah. All right. So there we go. That pulls it. All right. So now the getter in here, we get it and it removes it immediately, pretty much. So then we don't have to remove it down here. Is what it was saying. Copies in this here. Yep. World UID redundancy. So world BambooPrison is world UID. All right. Yep, and then send full swap pose. So I don't need the world. Okay, all right. Unless later we want to what am I doing? Right. So let's see, what's wrong here? All right. Huh. Right. Huh. What? Yeah, what are you talking about? Flash trees. Okay, well, I'm gonna ignore you for a second. Alright, let's go up here and let's say simple world block pose with simple block pose. Play small. Okay. You don't need to. Oh right. You might actually need to be a simple world block pose. However, for you can go down. Cool. Okay, no, I don't need you. Need that. There you go. Oh. Okay. You. 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 Okay. Move you. Move you. There's a lot of overload constructors. Or methods. Not constructors. Okay, you're good. Do you have any issues still? You have issues there. Simple. Lock those. Okay. Okay, there we go. Override this. Okay. I have that in there. Remove. Okay. Good. Yep, all the errors are solved there. Okay. Probably this should be fine now. Just let's just try it. Oh yeah, you. There you go. And you know what would be cool to have instead of this? Where we big block handler. Let's go to common. E. Block pose, simple block pose, and material. Public, big block container. And we could say big blocks, new mirage map, queued, new mirage map. Okay. So then we can go back here. We could say actually remove that too. It's just this, right? So now we would need to say big block container. But we would need to modify all this stuff. Ooh. So let's just keep this like that. Big block container. And you just have that and that. Okay. And then we'll do the put. We'll do put method. Put block pose and material. Block split. Block pose material. Alright. That's good. Okay, now a new block container and then put all, right? You know, I'll just say this, right? Put all, and then this is a map. A map of simple, okay. Map of simple block pose and material. Put all map. Okay. Let's solve. Okay, you like block. So this is the container. Big block container. Container dot change to block pose. Previously contains block container. Block pose. Turn to blocks contains block pose. No, not that. Inch key. There we go. Yeah, cool. Big block container. And then we'll have a get method. Public nullable material. Be good. And then remove. Remove vinyl not null block pose. Nope. Simple block pose. Blocks. Remove block pose. Okay. Simple. And this would be container, right? And of course we can go down to clear. Wait, block clear. There you go. And we need to say new big block container. Put all blocks, right? Big block container, right? Container. Container. Yeah. Well, I should say container map copy public current hash map simple block pose, material, not copy, and map, new hash map of like blocks. Should be fine. Okay. Block container, okay, oh yeah, is empty is a good one. Turn, okay. Let's go ahead and, so you, and empty, put all, get, remove, clear, and copy. Container, oh yeah, for each, to look through, alright. Right. So let's say results for the buy consumer of simple block post and material. So, that's simple. All we have to do is go, public. Actually, what is it? Did it return anything? Or, no, it's a void. For each, final by consumer, simple block post and material consumer. Okay, and then for each. Could just do that, I think, but let's see. What does this do? Right. So I don't know. We just pass that. I think that should be fine. We have this for each container. There we go. And then of course you material or block fake block container get if block container empty return container remove. Right, there we go. It's a simple thing to just have. These two maps don't look as long, you know, they don't have another map inside of it. It's actually just an object that has a map in it. So it's just not as much code here. Okay. It should effectively do the same thing. It's just, again, I made an object that stores each big block location instead of another map right there. Anyways, let's see. All I did was maybe I can never get big block. What's wrong with you? Right, little block pose. Why? There we go. Handle sync, and then down here. There we go. Good. Alright, so every time I try to compile, if there's any more errors because it's simply a little block pose, then we'll know. Let me just fix them. File. And no, there was not. Okay. So basically all we were doing was fixing that error, or that warning due to the current modification of the map. Hopefully that fixed it. Hopefully it's a bit safer. Okay. But yes, so we fixed that, hopefully, and we finally have our... And it's pacing in properly. Is this 0, 0? Yeah, so in this way. Okay. It might actually be beneficial to have this world be created every server start, but I don't know. Because what if they do want to build something there? Create standard. Alright, okay. So now what we could do, because we have a way to get their mine type, we can actually hook up this listener, this join listener again. Do that, go back here, so unjoin. Yeah, that's the mine world. Schematic. We're not just gonna get the normal mine schematic again, we're gonna get mine type, mine manager, get player, mine type, player. If it's null, then return, do nothing, otherwise get mine type dot schematic ID, that's null, do nothing, and there we go. So, of course, because we're storing this just at a map, there's selected mine type. Whenever the server starts, it will ask them for it again. But, you know, we're obviously going to change it out later for a database. As of right now, as long as the server's on, it will remember their mine type. And we can relog and see that work. So obviously, when the first time I log in here, because I'm in the mine world, it won't actually do anything because I don't have a selected mine at the moment. But then, once I do create one, it will, you know, spawn, mine, create, standard. There we go. And now let's log out. Log in, hopefully. There we go. Perfect. Now it's set up for when we do have a database. And all I would have to do is, instead of, I wouldn't even have to change any of my logic already. All I would have to do is change this method, where, you know, where it gets it from, and I'll be done with that. Yeah, we're making progress. We're making progress. I'm really glad that we finally, or that I guess I finally got the chunk loading correct, or at least working as of now. Because again, this was a big hurdle trying to get it to load in when we teleport to it, or across chunks, or across worlds. Because for the longest time, I just didn't know how to do it. It wouldn't work. And also, I think I'm gonna have to change up my packet listeners, because right now they're not in the NMS version dependent. They're not in each version's module. They're in the main plugin module, or like the mines module or whatever. Packet listeners, and they do, and some of them utilize NMS code, so I'm gonna have to change them up to refer to the NMS handler whenever I do that, whenever I need to mess with the NMS side of something. So I'm gonna have to change those up, just so that way I don't have to do the same logic in multiple different NMS version modules. That way it's just the listener, and then any NMS related stuff is dependent on the version, obviously, so that is the only thing I'll have to do for each version module. But right now we're only messing with the one version, so it's fine. And I'm sure that it'll work on 1.11 possibly, because it's also being mapped to paper maps, not merging maps. And paper doesn't use merging maps anymore, I don't think. Because before 1.20.5 or so, you had to remap it back to merging mappings whenever you compiled your plugin, I think. But now you don't have to do that, so that's my theory. It was based on what I know. I don't even know if that's like correct. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, we made progress today. I'm happy with it. We need to fill in the mines. We got our mine command basic setup here. Teleport, create, standard. And I'm actually going to change this now. If I type create, it's not going to tell me to select a mine or type if I already have one. So let's do that real quick. Create, select mine type if mine manager, player has mine, player, say message handler, say message player, mine locale dot already has mine. There we go. That is just, you know, more quality of life stuff. We want it to be a streamlined experience. We want them to not be able to. We don't want them to think like, oh, okay, I can create another one. But then they type in the mine type and they're like, oh, no, I can't actually. So we just want to tell them outright, like, hey, you already have one. You can't create another, even if they put a mine type in or whatever. It would be cool if they had a mine type that they wouldn't be able to even see the create command anymore, but I don't think it works like that. We would have to like update the commands that they're allowed to do or not, which we can do, but it's actually, let me see, player update. I think it was like refresh. No, okay, get command manager. No, get server command. Update. No, there was a way to update the commands that a player could see. So we could do that whenever they create a mine type. Update commands. I think that might be it. And it's an API method. Update some commands sent to the client. Generally useful to complete it. So okay. Let's try that. So we're just gonna say we're gonna change up the requirements of the create command a bit. So right now it should just require the permission, the teleport permission from the main thing, but we're also going to say requires, and you say context. We're going to create our own predicate here. So return true, right? So if my manager has mine context instance of player, and return true right away. And we're going to say return player has mine player. So there's that, and then once we create it, we will say create for the player set player update commands, and then teleport them to it. And then we're gonna do the same thing for the target down here. This is just messages. This is the set player mine type. So target update command. So here we go. So hopefully this predicate should prevent them from using the command if they already have a mine. So what's a setup? So right now, that would be really cool if it worked like that. Or if it was that simple. I mean, we'll see. So also we need to make sure that if they have the permission to create it for another player, then we also need to allow them to run the command still. But we can't really test that because I do have the permission for another set under players thing. Or mine create standard mine create standard. Well, I already have a mine and stuff, so okay, so it doesn't actually remove it like I thought it would. So yeah. Because this is a predicate, right? So player has mine, so it's all in that change key. So yeah, I think the problem is if I was to relog, mine, no, I did still see it. Okay. Maybe it's just predicate that's not working. Should return true if they don't have a mine. Uh, hmm. Maybe this predicate just doesn't work. Because I even relogged to update my commands, I can still see, you still see it. I don't know. We'll have to investigate that, or I'll have to investigate that another time. But it would be cool if we could get that to work. The update commands method. And we don't need to update them now because we're not doing anything there. I'm gonna build that. So I'll leave those in as commented out for now. And I think I'm gonna end the stream here because it's been 3.5 hours. But we've got quite a bit done today, and that's great. I think I actually solved this mine stuff today as well, just off stream. I solved it and then I began streaming because, you know, finally we're gonna do something else. Yeah, again, if you want to know how to solve, how to fix that, I mean, I showed it earlier, but you gotta listen for the client-bound level chunk with light packet, and then you cancel it, and then synchronously you change the blocks at that chunk. You set the blocks at the chunk for to the fake blocks, and then you revert it after you send a new packet with the new blocks in it. Yeah. Weird that this is here. I think it messed up. Yeah, it messed up. It actually put this. This shouldn't be here. So that, okay, so if it messes up sometimes, then that's not good. Okay, so that's not good. And that's why I don't know if I like having to actually set the chunk with that new stuff. Is there no way to just create a chunk with the same information? New level chunk? Level and chunk position. So let's find server level chunk pose. And with this not new level chunk. That way we wouldn't have to modify the actual thing. And then we could just not, we don't have to reset it back either. but I don't know what this will do. Level pose, regular. Like, I don't know if creating a new chunk will just take the blocks from the original chunk and then put it in the world and then stuff like that. This. It's just putting height maps in there. I want to say that I don't think it is actually gonna put it in the world. What happens? Let's just ask. You know, let's say let's leave it how it was originally. Paste it. This listener sometimes actually pastes the blocks in the world still. I think I need better fix for that. One thing I was curious about was what if we just did let's put that back here. This, then modified that new level jump to send construct our new packet that the block sticks to that jump. But I'm not sure if creating a new level jump will affect the world as well. Not threading bug. Yeah, I know it's not a threading bug anymore. So it's a real story. Yes. Yeah, and of course this does not work safely either. It's not detached from the world, so reference is the same level. No chunk section. There are two correct approaches. Clean and fast, or there's complicated is compatible and invasive. Huh? Recommended modify the packet, not the. See, you were telling me to do this, and then that wasn't working, so then you told me to freaking do that. Okay. Following chunk sections manually. You copy every little chunk section, every palette, every height map, every point of your chunk relations. Harder than stored in solution 1. So you need to access the right. This is what I thought we would do. Okay. So let's say we're back at square one if we want to fix this that tiny little issue that happens if sometimes it actually pastes the blocks. And that's what I thought we would have to do originally is just check the buffer. But ChatGPT was like, oh yeah, you just do this. And this does work to an extent, I guess. Like it works, but sometimes it'll actually place the blocks due to the block state. So, and that makes sense. And this is what I was trying to do, but everything I tried to do just didn't work. Okay. Let me actually ask the same thing to other ChatGPT account where I actually originally asked about it. Going back to in the chunk packet. Let me see what I have. Currently, it might have sometimes actually not reset block states. Some fake blocks might remain. And in one instance, the whole schematic actually case it was real and wasn't. You know what? It might. It wasn't set. So I don't know, maybe this one. Right. Right. Yeah. Goodness. Okay, so here's what it's trying to say to do. Chunk, get sections. So but question is, can we set sections? Or actually, Go to packet from the copy data. Yeah, we'll try. Okay. So it's saying to level chunk get sections level chunk section this need to clone it, right? And then saying to then also loop through it. Saying to also loop through and then copy each section. Right, okay. Because it clones the array, but then it has to clone the... So why do we even clone the array? Why not just make it the length, right? Make that the same length, and then reset it to the copy. Section. Real sections. Real sections, that way. So then it's real sections. I got copy, right? Written but never read. Yeah. Okay, and then it's saying to apply the fake blocks to the copied sections instead. Okay, so fake blocks for each. Let's go ahead and remove this, right? So for each. Actually, what I want to do is I want to keep this all how it is before I change all of it. Go ahead and copy this whole listener. Put it down here, and we will comment it out. What I actually will do is I'll copy this, and then I'll undo, and then keep that, and then paste it back in. There we go. Okay, so we have our section. So we're copying our sections. And then now for each block pose, we are getting the Y section level get section index from pose.y. Okay. And then final level trunk section. And then, okay, so we get a block state, have the block pose. But instead we say section dot set block state pose X, pose Y, pose 2, the block state thing to do this, right? So then we get a new packet, but we need to do new data, not a level chunk. Can we do that? I don't think we can do that. Because it wants the chunk. Yeah, so we can't make a new packet data because that's not what it wants. This constructor is not public in all mappings. It's not public. It's not even a constructor, so. Yeah, I don't see any constructor at all, even private, with level chunk packet data. Posture proto chunk. Sense proto chunk. Sense trunk access. Okay. That's something I've never heard of before. Let's do chunk. This new posture proto chunk. Okay, is there a yes? Level chunk. Allow right. True. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're doing something. So we'll say, we'll just say fake chunk here. Hopefully I can actually use this though. Right, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to, again, just revert this back to what I already had. And we're just going to do the chunk here. So the final imposter proto chunk. And imposter level chunk. And true to allow me to write. So now apply the fake blocks to the imposter chunk. So get out of here. Get out of there. Fake chunk. Set block states. Okay. Right. This looks promising, guys. Does not affect the real world. Okay, right. And I can't pass it into this goddamn packet. Here's get wrapped, but wouldn't that not do? Wouldn't that just return the dang original freaking chunk? So does this not? What's happening here with the set block state? This set block state goes state 3. It's abstract, right? That doesn't help. Oh, this is chunk access. So then, what does it do in the imposter chunk? No, it's from chunk access, not. It sends proto chunk, and this extends it. Okay, so then set block state. Okay. Does this just hold the section, another chunk section. Get section, okay. Right, so sections, no, it's from level height, okay. The height map. But where is it storing all of this stuff that it's modifying? Section. 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 Get section from the index. Get section. Okay, great. So it doesn't have any get section. What? So then what? Okay, it must be this. This is abstract, right? Oh my god. There. This section. So this stores the section. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. But, okay. So now I'm understanding a little bit better. But it's still not. Well, I can't pass in the fake chunk into this packet. Okay, so next problem, I can't pass the fake chunk into the client bound level chunk with light packet structure. The only fake chunk class I found was imposter proto chunk, which, as you said, is a wrapper. It extends proto chunk. Okay. So why are you introducing all this stuff that apparently, like, what is this for if it's not, like, I can't use it anywhere? Unless it's modifying the wrapped chunk, but then what would be the point of it being an imposter or whatever? What is this? So after the dude, this thing is okay. This is why ChatGPT is not reliable. It's now telling me, oh, don't update the packet at all. Just let the packet go through, and then later send the fake blocks. That's not gonna work. That's the whole point of doing this. All right. Okay. So we did have a solution, and then now we don't because it doesn't. It's still modifying the world. And we don't want it to modify the world. We just want our own little chunk packet that just has the fake block. So we might have to just modify, or I don't. What else? Think of another constructor. Level chunk. This stupid thing, but that's private as well. It's also level chunk. Fake level. Poster. Okay. Is there nothing that's like this? It still wraps the level chunk. Still wraps level chunk. Which extends like access. National level chunk just doesn't extend the chunk, and it makes sense that it doesn't because it's a wrapper. Okay. Right. Set block state on the imposter. But then it's confusing everybody. Can't modify that to send to the player. Don't load packet. So client down low. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. They're all with light, apparently. Okay. Then what the hell do I do? No, because this does not work. I need to do pattern 2. There's no other way, right? Making every minor version is fine because that's why I have multiple awareness. Can you remember the structure of the packet I provided? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's just see. All right, let's go. Let's try to go through this thing. Once again, let's just undo all this because it's not gonna work because it's stupid. All right, so there we go. Copy you, paste it, and we're gonna comment it out again so we have it. All right, good. So this time we're gonna actually try and go through the buffer because I don't care if it's hard. We just need to. It seems like the only solution. So, say friendly like packet get chunk data get read buffer, right? Byte buff readable bytes. Okay. Buff get bytes. Okay, and then new buff equals new friendly byte buff. Cool wrapper wrap buffer with raw byte array, right? Okay. Okay. So let's just go ahead and remove the stuff here. I don't want to worry about it. Okay. We might not even need to do this in the scheduler, so let's just ignore that for now. Okay. So we have our own buffer of, whatever. So this is these are the height maps. So then equals what? Read var int section start read your index. Okay, so we do need the level get sections count. Let's go back up and get the level. So for int I equals 0, I section count I, well maybe I equals section start. Plus. Okay. Then plot count equals buff read short. Alright, so there's the plot count for that section. And bits per entry. Bit per entry. Read unsigned byte. So then the palette. Palette per entry 0, then palette new int read var int. Okay, right. Else if bit per entry. Let's go to 8. Palette size equals read var int. Palette new int palette size. Okay. I equals 0. Let's just say palette index. Okay, so int equals 0. I less than palette size. Okay, palette I read var int. I'm just going off what it's saying here. So now read packed data. Values per long. 64 divided by bit per entry. Data length is equal to 496 plus values per long minus 1 divided by values. Okay, and then long data equals new long data length 4 and equals 0 I less than data I equals buff read long. And so then what equals new int 496 4 equals 0 I constant 496 plus plus long index I divided by values for long index equals I percent values for long bit per entry, right? I inch data long index index and 1L per entry is 1. Okay. All right. Do we need that in here or? Is that even a thing? Block state registry dot get ID. Okay, good. Good. Palette. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we do need to do reflection, obviously, but. All right. Let's see. Let me get caught up with what I'm doing here. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I need to read from Nuba and all that. Let's just refactor, let's just say old buff, and then rename this to name this I'm gonna rename this to buff. There you go. Okay. Alright. So the this, yeah, this makes palette index. Y equals 0. Section Y is less than section count. Section Y plus plus. Okay, there we go. Okay. And this would be a lot more helpful. It would just show me what it wants me to do here. Alright, let's just just To intercept the packet, we clone its chunk data buffer. We decode each section's block state palette container. We apply fake blocks per section. We recode the container, skip biome containers. Okay. So a lot of stuff. Right, so let's do that. X and Y and Z. Alright, so Y shifted 8, Z shifted 4, and X. And it wants us to do another one private void skip palette container. Byte buff. So bits per entry equals buff read unsigned signed byte. Or bits per entry, and we buff read var int, and we return. Otherwise, if bits per entry 8 palette size read var int, then var int equals 0 I less than palette size plus, and we do buff read var int. Right, so this is just skipping over this one. It's just navigating the index through it, so we don't have to worry about it. Values per long. Bits per entry. Okay, and data line equals 4096 plus values per long minus 1 divided by values per long. Then we go for int I 0 I less than data line plus, then we do buff read long. Okay, and then it skips through it. Skip palette container. So it skips through that particular index or container. And so now we can just, let's see, so we go with the level, we have the old buff, or the original, I suppose. Get the readable bytes, we get the, let's actually just rename this to original buff. There we go. Then we create our own buffer of our data. So we can move this down, actually. So this is the height maps, and this is the data size. Alright. It's kind of like the header, I guess. I don't know. And min section Y. I will get min section Y. Okay, final and section count equals I will get section count. Okay. So section Y, I can index. Okay, so we're looking at the amount through the section. So section Y, the current one is min section plus section index. Okay. Section start equals buff.reader index. Okay. This is the block count, so the bits per entry. Now we have a palette, and we can do int blocks. Yep, that. Okay. Now we gotta read the palette, which is what we're doing here. Read the palette. If it's 0, then we do the state of the palette. Otherwise, okay. Else, we got in there if its per entry is less than or equal to 8. Then we get the palette size. New, set that to there. Let me read the, each one, populate it pretty much. And it says, else palette equals null. It's just the global palette. Okay. And in here, where we want this, and this, as well as the block stuff. But in a second. I know data length, so data, okay. Okay. So now 7496 plus, okay. Long index. I divided by values per long, okay. Bit index. 5% values per long times bits per entry. Bits per entry, here we go. Blocks of I equal to data long index, bit index, and bits per entry. Okay, there's our for loop to fill out our blocks palette here, or block array, whatever. And now we go outside of this else. Now we're gonna apply the fake blocks. And this is to check if we actually applied any fake blocks, right? So fake blocks for each. Then we have the block pose and material. if pose y, just say pose y for not equals section y, then we return. Actually, we might have to be, yeah, I think this has to be a for loop actually, because we're going to be modifying this boolean out there. Material entry, fake blocks entry set. There we go. Final simple block pose equals entry get b. There we go. So if it's not in this current section that we're looking through, then we just return, and then let's say index equals to our block index that we are doing. Actually, we need local x, local y pose y, local z pose z, and final. I like making things final when it could be final. So local x, local y, local z. Okay, but it's not chunk coordinates. State ID block dot get ID. Get numbers. Get block. Get value. That's our material. Default block state. There we go. That's the ID. It's the block state ID. Blocks index equals state ID. Right. Modified equals true. There we go. That's good. Now we have our fake thing, fake stuff. So this is still canceled, right? Still canceling it. Yes. Okay. So this is still if modified. So to modify, so if it's modified, we rewrite it, I guess. Right, right short 0. So this is block count, which is unused by the client apparently. Right byte 15 bits per entry. Global palette. So we're setting it to the global palette. Values per long equals 64 divided by 15. Data length equals 496 plus values per long minus 1 divided by values per long. Act long data length. So 4 and I 0 I 7496 plus long index I divided by values per long. A lot of stuff. The index I percent values per long times 15. Long blocks I index, right? Okay. Right and long. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then Let's skip regardless. Skip that. Skip the biomes. And then we have to somehow check the new packet with all this new data in mind. A lot more complicated than the old way, but if it works, then it should be exactly what we want. And at the end of the other stream, I told you guys about all this stuff. There's this protocol. So all this information is coming from this page here. As you can see, we got the bits per entry right here. 0, 4 to 8. So it's less than or equal to 8, you know, for blocks, not biomes. And then there's 15 is, I think, global or something. So yeah, single valued, indirect, direct. So I basically gave ChatGPT all of this a long time ago, and it's using this information now to help me decode it and read and write to the buffer or the chunk data. So okay, after that we have to do a new packet. New packet equals new. This. Right, so it needs can I even pass this over? I don't think so. So what it wants is, I think I'm going to have to do some reflection to set the chunk data. So I think if I just do, I'm passing the level chunk. Packet, get X, packet, get C, with the level chunk, and then it's like down here. Level, get light engine, null, null, and false. No, no, false. Okay, there's our new packet. So, but we want to now replace the chunk data with our own. So, yes, we want our own version of this, I guess. New. And this requires chunk and the chunk packet info log states or okay, let's make sure. Let's just ask what I should do next. I'm kind of still kind of flying in the dark here. So now I need to create a package. Only allows me to pass. Well, there's the constructors I can use. And there's a private one. That. Should I just use the public one? Chunk data. Use the level chunk. That's in the real order. Hmm. No, I'm not asking about the dang level chunk constructed. Right. So we already did. Okay. Can I do this? Can we do this here? So if I was to say level okay, so I have the register access. I think it's the wrong level registry access. There we go. So there's that registry access. So registry friendly byte buff, because I need this for the private constructor. Goes new registry friendly byte buff. Registry access. Oh my god. Okay, so out, right, int, packet, getx, out, right, packet, busy, then out, right, bytes, our buff. I don't know why we're copying it. Okay, right, append right data, unchanged, so, light buff, new, include buffer, okay, packet, get light data. Why would I, what are you doing? What is this doing? Okay, right, so a new packet. What we need to do is use reflection. So try instructor packet constructor equals client down dot class dot get clear constructors registry friendly byte buff class. Okay. Constructor set accessible true. New packet equals constructor new instance, and we pass in out. And then I assume constructor set accessible false. Okay. Catch reflective operation exception. I can just return, I guess. Or we will error. There we go. And now we send it. Actually, we should return here, and then we should send it. And it's handler. Okay, where's my player handler? New packet player. New packet. There we go. Okay, so it's just a little bit, tiny bit of reflection, not a lot at all. Should be fine. Oh man. Okay, so the thing is, this was a lot of reading and decoding stuff. So I'm just gonna assume. Hopefully this. Saying have a favorite. What is this for? Why do I need the light bulb? Packet. It's saying packet I get light data right light bulb. Why would I write it to the packet light data? Oh no. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. I see now. The light buffer equals new pipe off. Uncooled buffer. Okay. Packet get light data, and then we're gonna write that data to the light buff, not writing the light buff to that. And outright bytes light buff. There we go. Okay. Now it's complete. Now we have a registry friendly light buff. You know, whatever. That's what I needed for the constructor, and I was not able to find you know, I would figure that out very easily. That I know there's just a level.registry access that I can use here. But yeah. There's a lot of, oh my god, it's so messy, but right, okay. Right. Okay, it's saying that this, there we go, that's better. Alright, so basically what we're doing now is we're accessing this private constructor. Oh, there's this data. We're accessing this private constructor right here. And that just fills this information with the data from the buffer. So, and we just created our own buffer. So, hopefully, this will, we gotta, this will work. I don't know if this will work. This might break everything, so, don't know. We shall see what happens. And if it doesn't work, I'm gonna stop streaming. And if it does work, I'm gonna stop streaming anyways, because it's been too long and dinner's been waiting for me, so. Yeah, I was planning on stopping like an hour and 10 minutes ago, but yeah, might as well test this. This is the biggest, like, this is the whole goal of the staying stream, was that I thought I fixed it, but I gotta finally figure it out. But if this works, then I'll be so happy. But no, it didn't. Wait, no. This is Yggdrasil error. I don't need to worry about that. Stupid Mojang can't figure out how to keep its server authenticators online or something. I don't know. Okay. Alright. Spawn. Okay, let's see. Hopefully. Create standard. And. Alright. I got a whole spam of warnings, basically. Alright. Alright, well, I will fix this stuff off stream. I think I'm gonna go, pause stream, I'm gonna go, actually eat, and then I'll try and fix it. Okay, I don't think it was actually that much error warning. Should be able to fix it. Alright. Thank you for everyone who tuned in. Don't worry, I will get this fixed before I stream, this fixed before I start streaming, the next time. Or start the next stream or whatever. And I'll be back maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I mean, so far, since I got back, I've streamed every other day. I can't promise consistency, but, I do like streaming and I do like working on this project as long as I don't get into a big hurdle that I can't solve. Then I just keep going and it works and it's great. The reason I stopped working on Astra pretty much was because this issue with, you know. But if this works, if I can get this to work, then it'll be great. I think right now it's just a problem with like max capacity of it's exceeding the buffer max length or something, but it shouldn't be too hard to fix, I don't think. but I can't keep streaming it. So it's been 4 hours 44 minutes, 45 minutes. But yeah, thank you for everyone who tuned in. Really appreciate anyone watching. Appreciate chatters. And I have a Discord. Put it in the chats there. Maybe it'll hopefully Nightbot isn't broken. But yeah, okay. Come on, Nightbot, hello. Nightbot on YouTube. Okay, well, I'll just paste it myself from Twitch. Alright, there we go. So there's the Discord link. Oh, now Nightbot. Now it responds. Okay, thanks, Nightbot. I'll just remove my messaging. Anyways. So, there's a Discord link. It's also in the description of the YouTube stream. It's also on my Twitch profile, or I think, I don't know. It's just where I ping whenever I go live. You can chat there if you want. There isn't really any community there, but, you know, trying to grow that. Big ups to Cody Simpson for stopping by for a second. Very cool dude. Makes good tutorials. If you're a beginner, definitely check out his tutorials. I don't know if he's done any recently, but he's done a lot in the past, for sure. And I'm in his Discord server, Cortex Development, as well, which you can find through Cody Simpson's channel. And I help out there. I help people with their plugin code and stuff there as well. But yeah. So, with that out of the way, I think that's everything. In the Discord, if you want to watch, if you're over on Twitch and you're watching the VOD, you should watch it on YouTube, because I actually stream it on YouTube at 1440p, which is a higher quality than Twitch, which I only stream to Twitch in 1080p. So, you can if you want the higher quality, come over to YouTube, subscribe while you're there. Trying to grow the channels. I stream coding streams a lot. I do like to stream games sometimes. Yeah, that's the gist of what I do. Games, some games with friends, and coding. I'm currently in college for game development and stuff. I'm doing that too. So I don't know why I'm saying that all at the end, but you know, outro stuff. I always ramble every ending, so don't worry about it. So I'm just gonna end it before I keep talking and keep talking. Yeah, thanks for the support. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys next time.